the microphone. All right. So for everyone that just joined us in here, welcome to the Hot Shop. We're getting started with our residency here for Lonnie Holley. He's the one sitting in the chair over there with the camo jacket and sheet of print. That's Lonnie. He's our resident artist. Our team of glassblowers here and some other people on his team came to help him with his residency this week, starting today. So this is our first piece of the residency. We're working on making what's called a stuff cup. Glassblowing is something that's done in layers. So we're making one of the layers that will get added to the piece. A stuff cup is called that because you make like a cup shape, and then you take a bubble of clear glass and you stuff it into that cup, and that puts like an outer skin of color on the piece. So we're working on making that to build up the layers and make a cylinder. We're going to put some designs on the cylinder with powdered glass. So you can get the color in different forms. You can get it as a solid bar of colored glass, or you can get it crushed up into really small pieces. So this is powdered glass. It's the same color, it's just crushed into little pieces instead of one big bar. They're going to take the powder, and they have, what are they called? Stencils. They're going to sift this powder over the stencil, which will make a design on the piece. So that's our first project of the day. They're working on making that first part, the first component of this piece. And I can tell you a little bit more about our resident artist this week. His name is Lonnie Holley. He was born in Birmingham, Alabama. From the age of 5, Holley worked various jobs, picking up trash at a drive-in movie theater, washing dishes, cooking. He lived in a whiskey house on the state fairgrounds and in several foster homes. His early life was chaotic, and he was never afforded the pleasure of a real childhood. Since 1979, Holley has devoted his life to the practice of improvisational creativity. His art and music brought out of struggle, hardship, but perhaps more importantly, out of furious curiosity and biological necessity, has manifested itself in drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, performance, and sound. Holley's sculptures are constructed from found materials in the oldest tradition of African American sculpture. Objects already imbued with cultural and artistic metaphor are combined into narrative sculptures that commemorate places, people, and events. His work is now in collections of major museums throughout the country, on permanent display in the United Nations, and have been displayed in the White House Rose Garden. In January of 2014, Holley completed a 1-month artist in residence with the Robert Rauschenberg Foundation in Captiva Island, Florida, site of the acclaimed artist studio. So that's a little background on our artist in residence here this week. If anyone has any questions, my name is Shannon. Feel free to ask. So right now we're making a stuff cup. We are going to take this hollow bit of glass and stuff more glass into it, and that'll put a coating of color on the outside of our piece. Glassblowing is essentially a layering process. So we're building up our layers right now. This is going to be a cup, but it won't have a flat bottom because we're going to stuff a round bubble into it. So the bottom of the piece is the part they just attached to this separate rod. They're breaking it off the blowpipe so that they can open the top of the cup up enough that they can fit more glass inside of it. So for anyone that's never been in a hot shop, I'll go over the basics of it. So this is a hot shop. It's called the hot shop because the glass is hot. There's a cold shop. The cold shop is where you take the glass when it's cold and you can grind and polish and clean it up. But in here, we're working with the glass when it's hot. So we have 2 furnaces in this studio. The furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside. There's a big bowl inside called a crucible. It's made of high fire ceramic. And our furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. Clear glass sits in the furnace at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 1,200 degrees Celsius. They take a blowpipe, which is basically a big metal straw, and they scoop the glass out of the furnace the same way you'd use a honey dipper to get honey out of a jar. So they scoop out as much molten glass as they can, and they build that up in layers until they have all the glass they need on the stick. Glass blowing is a lot about temperature and timing and layers. So they worked on building. There we go. They worked on building up the layers for this stuff cup. They're going to open the lip of the stuff cup out, and then they're going to stuff more glass inside of it. And they'll blow that out into a cylinder. And today is the first day of Lonnie's residency, so this is the first project of this week. We've got a team of glassblowers in here that work full-time for the museum, helping Lonnie make his pieces. So glassblowing is really like a team sport. The more people are on the team, the more you can accomplish. So we've got a group of people down here helping Lonnie make his pieces. And if we look up at the screen, can we show some of Lonnie's recent work up there? He does a lot of sculptures from found objects and found materials. So this will give you an idea of some of the things he's made previously. What we're doing in here is a little bit different because we're working with glass. Lonnie Holley's also a musician, so we're playing some of his music in here. And he's got a concert tonight right after he finishes working here today. And you'll notice we keep putting the piece into this big barrel of fire. That's called a reheating chamber or a glory hole. It is powered by natural gas, and it's what we use to reheat the glass. If the glass is taken out of the furnace and it gets too cold too quickly, it'll break from thermal shock. So we have to continually put it back in the fire to keep it above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets much colder than 1,000 degrees, that's when we're risking thermal shock and breaking the piece. If the glass breaks, really all you can do is start over. So once the glass breaks, it's kind of hard to fix the crack. It'll show in the piece. Even if you fix it, you'll still see that there was a crack. Yeah. So They have to continually put that back in the fire to keep it in that range of temperature where it won't break. So Ben is our studio director here. He's the one with the piece right now. He's putting it into what's called the garage, that big silver box. The garage is where you park pieces when you're not going to use them at the moment. It sits in there at about 1,000 degrees, so it holds it at that temperature. Once they're ready to use it, they can take it out of the garage and put it back in the fire. But they're putting it on pause over there. And we're going to get ready making the bubble of glass that they're going to stuff into that hollow cup that they just put in the garage. That way they'll have a coating of that color on the outside. All the glass in the furnace is clear, and then we add color to it. So the color starts like this. So this is a bar of blue glass. The colors come from different metal oxides and earth minerals that are added to the clear glass, and that's done by chemists. We, as glass artists, go to the store and buy these, and then use this and add it to the clear glass. But if this is too cold, it'll break when you try to put it in the fire from thermal shock. So we have to preheat the color. We've got chunks of this bar also in the garage, heating up to about 1,000 degrees so that we can pick them up with a stick, melt them, and then add them to the clear glass. We also have the color in powder. You can put this bar of color into a grinder and it crushes it up into little pieces. So we're going to use the powder to add imagery to our work. So they're setting up the powder over here. Lonnie Holley, our artist, is going to take the powder and kind of situate it, draw in it with his fingers to make the design that he wants to add to the piece. So we got a couple different things going on. We're doing a lot of prep work for this week's residency right now. If anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. You can raise your hand or shout at me. But we're getting stuff set up, getting everything ready for some prep work that we're going to get started doing. And if you can't see what's going on at any time, you can always look up at the screen that shows different angles of the studio so you can see. When you make really complicated and technical pieces, there can just be a lot of people and a lot of moving parts, and it's hard to see all of it sometimes. So if you can't see what's going on, you could always check the screen and see better. We also have a live stream here at the Museum of Glass. If you ever want to see what's going on in here, but you can't make it to the building, you can go on YouTube and search for Museum of Glass, and they have a live stream to show you what's happening in here. What's up on the screen is what they see on the live stream. So if you ever want to see what's going on, you can go to YouTube, or you can go to the museumofglass.org, and it's under the Hot Shop tab to go see the live stream. But you can see they're spreading out the powdered glass right now. Lonnie's going to draw in it to create the design that we want to add to our piece. So while he's doing that, we're getting more colored glass to add to it, to melt, and then add to some clear glass to create a layer of color. Glass blowing is all about layers. So you get clear glass out of the furnace, you blow a bubble into it, you melt the color, and you can drop it on top of the bubble to create a layer of color. You can encase all of that in more clear glass and then blow it out into a bubble, and then you'll have that color on the whole thing. So we're working towards building up the parts to make that. You can see Lonnie is drawing in the glass right now. But that is just a pile of powdered blue glass. So we're getting ready to do what's called a color overlay. Ben is sitting at the bench. He's got the bubble of clear glass, and Trent is the one in the hat using the reheating chamber right now. He's got a bar of color on the end of that stick. We're going to take that bar of color when it's molten and drop it on top of this clear bubble, and then push it around the sides to create a layer of color. And glass blowing is all about temperature and timing. So Ben is letting this bubble of glass cool down while Trent is heating up that bar of color so that we can put them together and not collapse the bubble inside the clear glass. All of the bars of color, when they're molten hot, look orange. So this won't be orange when it cools down. It'll be a darker color. But it looks orange right now because it's molten hot. So we're just about ready to do our color overlay. Trent will bring the bar of molten color glass over to Ben, who's sitting at the bench with a clear bubble of glass that's cold enough that you can see that it looks like clear glass. If it gets too cold, it'll break, but right now it's the perfect temperature. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold for glass blowing. So we're gonna drop the color on top. Ben has a pair of what are called diamond shears. They're not made of diamonds, they're just shaped like a diamond. They can cut glass. So we're cutting that colored glass off of Trent's pipe. Now it's on top of the clear bubble. Ben is gonna work on smushing that down the sides of the clear bubble so that it has like a coating of color around the clear bubble. When glass is hot, it's stretchy. So Trent's just pulling and stretching that out so we can see the color. When that cools down, you'll be able to tell what the color is. I think that's a bar of just black glass. It's hard to tell what the colors are when the glass is hot. They all look orange. But I think that's gonna be black. So right now, Ben is using the Marver. The Marver is a steel top table that you roll the glass across to shape it and cool it. He's using that to push all of that colored glass around the clear bubble that's on the inside, that layer of clear glass. You can't see the bubble anymore, but there is a bubble in there. The colors we're working with are opaque, so you can't see through them. You can use transparent colors in glass, but we're not using those today. So you can't see the bubble, but when he blows the glass, you'll see it look like it's inflating. They're going to encase all of this in another layer of clear. And what they're working on is called a stuff cup. So if you weren't here earlier when I explained what that is, it's called a stuff cup because they're going to stuff more glass into it. They're basically going to shape it kind of like a cup, but the bottom won't be flat. They'll take more clear glass, blow a bubble into that, and then stuff that into the cup, and that will put that color on the outside of all of the glass. So it's kind of a backwards way of getting more glass on there. They want the color to be on the outside, so they have to get more clear glass and put it inside of that cup. They have another stuff cup over here in this big box. This is called a garage, and the garage is where you park pieces while you're waiting to use them. So they're making a couple of stuff cups. They're putting them in there until they're ready to take more clear glass with a bubble and stuff it inside. So we're doing a lot of prep work right now. We just started our residency for the week for Lonnie Holley. So we're making prep work for this week's residency. He's also in partnership with Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. That's north of Seattle. After he finishes this residency, he's going to take the work he made here and go to Pilchuck Glass School for another residency. So this is the beginning of his 2 residencies where he's going to take all of this work and make something new that he hasn't made before. So this is all very experimental this week. But to give you a bit more background on our artist this week, Lonnie Holley, he's the one sitting in the chair over there with the camouflage and cheetah jacket. He was born in Birmingham, Alabama. From the age of 5, he worked a lot of different jobs and early life was chaotic. He was never really afforded the pleasure of a real childhood. So since 1979, Holley's devoted his life to the practice of improvisational creativity. So it's all very on-the-fly creativity for him. His art and music were born out of struggle, hardship, but perhaps more importantly, out of furious curiosity and biological necessity. This has manifested itself in drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, performance, and sound. So he works with multiple different mediums. He's also a musician. The music we're playing right now is Lonnie Holley's work as well. He's going to be doing a concert at the Neptune Theater in Seattle tonight. So he's doing multiple different things this week, residencies, concerts. He did a concert last night in Portland, and now he's here for his residency, which will be from today until the 30th of August. But he's here with a couple people on his team, and then also the Museum of Glass's team of professional artists. Glassblowing is really a team sport, so they're all working together to create Lonnie Holley's vision. Right now, Ben is working on this piece. He just encased this glass in more clear. All the glass looks orange when it's molten hot, so this is clear glass over a layer of, I believe, black glass with a bubble inside. Can't see the bubble, but he's going to start to blow this out. You'll see the glass stretch and get bigger. But Ben is the one at the bench. He's the hot shop director, so he's leading the team. He's going to tell his assistants when to blow into the pipe and whatever else he needs them to do. And it's more of a team sport than anything else. So they're all working together to create Lonnie Holley's work. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm Shannon. You can just raise your hand or yell my name or something. a lot of the tools you use in glass are made of metal. And if the metal's cold and it touches cold glass, it'll break the glass. If the metal's hot, the glass stays hot longer. So we preheated the metal tools so that we can use them on the glass for a longer amount of time. When the glass is out of the heat, it's getting colder and stiffer. So they have less than a minute each time they sit down to work on the glass before they have to go heat it back up again. So heating up the metal tools just gives us a little more working time. But right now, Ben is carving in what's called the jack line. The tool he's using is called the jacks. So that restriction line right off the head of the pipe will be the top of our cup. We've got to have a way to get the piece off the blowpipe. So that line is how we're going to get the piece off the pipe. It's like a score mark. Similar to the perforations in a chocolate bar. We're going to break it on that line in a controlled way. Once they're ready, they're mostly getting it into the right shape right now before they take it off the pipe. Right now, Trent is blowing into the pipe, which is inflating the glass. Ben is using a folded up piece of newspaper that is soaked in water to shape the glass. So he's using wet newspaper. Since it's wet and the glass is so hot, it immediately evaporates that water and turns it into steam. So there's a thin layer of steam in between the glass and that newspaper when he uses it. It doesn't get hot in his hand. It's the closest you can get to touching the molten hot glass. They're getting ready to do what's called a punty transfer. The punty is a transfer rod that we're going to take the piece off the blowpipe with. So we will get a small amount of glass on a punty and attach it to the bottom of the piece. Hot glass will stick to other hot glass. So they're going to attach this rod that Nick has over there. He's going to get a little bit of glass out of the furnace, similar to how you'd get honey out of a jar with a stick. He's putting it in there and turning it, scooping out as much as he needs. He'll shape that up kind of like a little dome on the end of the pipe. And that bit of glass will help us attach that rod to the piece so that we can remove it from the blowpipe and work on the other side of it. We want to open up the top part of the piece. That's where that restriction line is. So we need to break it off the blowpipe so that we can flip it around. So they're attaching the punty. This part is all about temperature and timing. So they're attaching them, and when the glass is cold enough, if you put a drop of water on that restriction line we made, that drop of water will create a crack in that specific spot. So it'll make a weak spot. He'll hit the pipe, and it'll break the glass right where he told it to with the water. So they're waiting for that temperature to line up. He's going to put the water right there on that restriction line. He'll hit the pipe with the metal tool, and the vibrations from hitting the pipe will go into that weak spot and break it right there. And now they've flipped the piece around. They can work on the top. Since we were blowing a bubble into that, the top of it is hollow. There's an opening. So we can put a tool inside the bubble now and change the shape of the top. But they did have to get it cold enough to break, so it's really solid glass right now. They're going to have to heat that up before they can do much else to it. And because it was cold enough to break, this heat takes a little bit longer than most. Not too much longer, but he'll be up there for a good minute or so before he can sit down and start to change the shape. Now that they've got that nice and hot, they can open it. So the glass is stretchy and pliable when it's hot. They're applying pressure with these tools and changing the angle of the blades of the jacks to open the lip of that piece out to get it into a specific shape. It'll be kind of like a cup, but the bottom won't be flat because they're going to take another bubble and stuff it into that to fill the inside, which will give them the color on the outside and material inside of it to blow the glass out bigger. So this is a multiple stage process for the stuff cup. They basically want the color to be on the very outside, not encased in too much clear. So they're making the shell that they're going to stuff the rest of the glass into, and that's called a stuff cup. Right now, they're going to put that stuff cup into the garage, which is this silver box. It's just going to hold it at about 1,000 degrees so that it doesn't break. They've got a couple of these stuff cups in the garage right now, so they're making some of their materials that they're going to use later in the day. All right. So next thing we're going to do right now is build up some clear glass material. You can use color in a lot of different ways. So right now, for those stuff cups, they use solid bars of color. You can also get the glass crushed up into little pieces all the way down to like a powder. So they have a powdered colored glass over here on this side of the studio, if you can see me. It's over here. We've got the powdered glass on this table, and the artist has drawn an image into the powdered glass. We're going to take the clear glass and roll it through the powder so that it has that imagery on there, and then we'll take all of that and stuff it into one of the stuff cups so that the inside of the piece has the drawing, and then they'll add another image on the outside on the stuff cup. So glass blowing is all about layers. We're building up the different layers, and then we're going to put them all together when we're ready. So it's kind of an abstract way of thinking. You got to think of all the layers separately and then build the glass up in accordance to how you want the layers to end up. So up on the screen, it shows that powdered glass with the drawing in it that we're going to roll clear glass through. Hot glass will stick to hot glass. So they'll get hot, clear glass and roll it on that table to pick up the glass that has the imagery on it right now. They'll melt that in, and then they'll blow that bubble to stuff it into one of the other stuff cups we made so that that's like a shell on the outside of the image. So the image will be the inside of the vessel that we're making, and then they'll add another image to the outside of it later on in the process. So Trent over here is gathering glass out of the furnace. It's similar to how if you had a honey dipper and you stuck it into a jar of honey and rotated it, you'd pick up as much as you can. So he scooped clear glass out of the furnace. It sits in the furnace at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So it doesn't look like glass, but that is clear molten glass. As it cools, it will get stiffer and stop glowing orange, but we need it to be molten to do what we're doing. So it won't be any colder than about 1,000 degrees the whole time we're working on this glass. All the components that we made so far are sitting in this box over here at about 1,000 degrees, because if they get too much colder than that, they could start to break and crack from thermal shock. So there's a lot of science behind glass blowing, chemistry, physics, thermodynamics. So if it gets too cold, it will thermally shock and break. We got to keep the glass in between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees to work with it. So here at the middle bench, we have clear glass around a little bubble. So we can blow that bubble, which will stretch the glass bigger. But we're going to stuff. We're going to take. So we're about to roll the glass through the powdered glass that's on the table. Lonnie's drawn an image in that powdered glass, and Ben is rolling the glass, the clear glass, through the colored glass. It picks up the imagery because hot glass will stick to hot glass. The clear glass is molten, so it's heating up the powdered glass there. All we have to do is roll through it. It picks it up. It has that imagery on it. He's going to roll through it a couple times to pick it up a little more dense amount of colored glass. So now there's a coating of that blue glass on the outside of this big blob of clear glass. There's a bubble inside there. They're going to melt that in and blow it and then stuff it into another piece of glass that's like it's called a stuff cup. It's like a shell to put this glass inside, and then that will put the imagery that they just added to the glass on the inside of the vessel. Whoops. So we've melted the imagery onto the surface of this. Ben is just shaping it up with a wet newspaper. If you fold up newspaper and soak it in water, it's a glass blowing tool. There's a thin layer of steam in between the glass and the paper, and that's how we're able to use it. It's called the Leidenfrost effect. So lots of science behind glass blowing, physics and chemistry. They're about to get ready to take this glass and stuff it into our stuff cup to make a shell of color on the outside. So the imagery will be stamped on the inside of the vessel, and then they'll add more imagery to the outside once they add that layer of color. So we're lining up the temperature and timing to stuff the glass on the far right into this vessel in the middle bench. We've got a design on the clear glass on the right side there. So when we put that into this shell of colored glass here, we'll have that imagery on the inside, and then we'll add more imagery to the outside once we combine these two pieces of glass. It's got to be the right temperature and timing, though, so they're working on lining those up. This piece at the middle bench is called a stuff cup because it's a cup we're going to stuff the other glass on the far right into. When it's hot, the glass is stretchy and malleable. We'll squish it into this piece over here. So this is just a shell of glass that we're going to add to the other piece so that there's color on the outside. Glass blowing is all about layers, so we're adding another layer. So Ben got another layer of clear glass, and he's doing what's called a strip gather. So he gathered glass, but he doesn't need all of it, so he's letting it drip off into that bucket. All the clear glass in that bucket can get put back in the furnace later. It'll melt back down, and we can use it again. So he just put a thin layer of clear glass outside of the colored glass that we added to that bubble. We're going to take that and stuff it into the cup right here. Ben is cooling down the pipe right now with a water trough. That's a pipe cooler. So he can hold it up higher, closer to the glass. It gives him better leverage, and the metal's not too hot to touch up there. The metal on the pipe is, the heat is directly related to how far you put the glass and the pipe into the fire. But we're going to stuff this glass into that cup, and that will create that color on the outside. Once we've finished adding this to the piece, we can start to blow the bubble and shape it more into the shape vessel that they want to make. Now we've stuffed our cup, we can start to shape this and blow it out. Ben's going to take that glass and roll it on the marver, which is that steel top table. He needs to make sure that that's all the way flush to the surface, kind of make it one homogeneous piece. So the marver, you can roll the glass on there. It shapes it and cools the outside. So he's going to do that a few times to get it all shaped up. Then we can start to blow the bubble that's inside there and create our vessel. A common question we get in glass blowing is how we can use a metal pipe because it should get really hot. So the space in between Ben's left hand and the glass is where it's getting hot. The heat on the pipe is directly related to how far you put it in the fire. So the part of it that's inside of that reheating chamber right now is getting really hot. So we just don't touch the hot part. Any part that he's touching on the pipe is safe enough for anyone to touch. We also have a pipe cooler, which is that water trough he ran it through earlier. The water cools the metal where it's hot so that you can hold it. So he may periodically go back to the pipe cooler if the pipe does start to get too hot. But right now, the glass is in the reheating chamber being heated up so that he can take it back to the marver and continue to roll on there to get all that glass into a homogeneous piece. We've got that layer of color on the outside now with all of that design that they put on the bubble on the inside. So our artist, Lonnie Holley, right now, is creating a stencil over there with some imagery that they're going to roll this piece over again. That way we have imagery on the inside and the outside of the vessel. We've got solid color on the outside. So they're going to heat that up and roll it on that table over there where they're creating the stencil made of powdered glass. So they're going to add more glass to the piece just as a powder instead of a solid glass. Glass blowing is all about temperature and timing, so they're lining up the temperature and timing so that they can do this next part of the process. If the glass gets too cold, it will break. So while they're waiting for the stencils to be ready, Nick will be doing what's called a flash, and that's like a maintenance heat. If the glass gets too cold, it will crack, so they have to keep it up to a certain temperature. If it gets colder than 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is when it could break. This glass is really thick right now. There's a small bubble inside of a thick amount of glass around it, so there's plenty of room and material for us to blow and stretch this out to make it pretty big. But right now it's really thick, so it can stay out here longer. The thicker the glass is, the longer it stays hot, but also the longer it takes to heat it up. So he'll give it a little flash, which is just to make sure it doesn't get too cold. He'll put it in the fire for a few seconds and then take it out. Once they have that imagery added to the outside, they can start to blow that bubble and stretch the glass. So we have stencils over here on the left side, and they're sifting the powdered glass over the stencils to create the imagery that they'll roll the glass onto. The heat from this glass will pick up the powdered glass, and it will stick to the surface to create that image. Could we get the camera directed to where we can see what's going on the left side a little more? So you can see there, they're creating this imagery with the powdered glass. They're going to take the glass that Ben has here at the center bench and roll it on top of that table where the imagery is. The heat from the glass will pick up the powdered glass to create that imagery on there. They're just making sure they have it all in the right shape that they want before they add it to the piece. And for anyone that's interested, if you want to see what's going on in this studio, but you can't make it here, we do have a live stream. The live stream is on YouTube. You can look for the Museum of Glass and watch the live stream. Anytime we're open, blowing glass in here, the live stream is on. If you go to the museumofglass.org, the website, and look under the Hot Shop tab, it'll direct you to the live stream as well. So if you ever want to see what's going on here, but you can't make it to the building, feel free to check out the live stream and watch different artists make different things. But we're about to roll over that imagery to add it to the piece. Hot glass will stick to hot glass. So the heat from the glass on the pipe is getting that powdered glass hot enough that it's picking it up and sticking to the surface. We'll then melt that in the rest of the way in the reheating chamber so that it becomes one homogeneous piece and it has the imagery on the outside. All of the colors look orange when they're molten hot, so you won't really be able to see this pattern super well, but as we start to blow and shape the glass, that pattern will come out and be a lot more prominent. So now we have the pattern on the surface. Ben is melting that in so that the powder melts to the surface, and then we'll start to shape the glass. There's still a bubble inside there. It's very small around a lot of glass, so there's a lot of room to blow and stretch that out pretty big.
Okay, I was asked to say something to you all. Thank you all for being here. And for me, this is very exciting because this is the first time in this shop to see the working of the glass, to see how hot the glass have to get in order to just adhesive other little pieces of glass. I think what we need to betterly understand is in our volcano activities, inside of this thing where he's putting this glass, this is what we have coming out of the volcanoes. So if we can just imagine, and I don't know whether cave peoples actually did glass work back in cave people days, but I'm sure as that flowing lava was flowing, something was affected. And that something was being affected sometimes would turn out to look like this. And for me, this is the first time experience of this, and it's beautiful. It just got me so excited. But I still want to say thank you all for inviting me. Thanks to the museum. Thanks to the curator. Thanks to Matt Arnett for driving me up. Thanks to John for making it happen. And thanks to the narrator for letting me speak a few words to you all. It's a bunch of thanks, isn't it?
Yeah.
I am thankful.
Yeah, that's our artist today, Lonnie Holley. He's going to be doing a residency here until the 30th. So today until the 30th, he'll be in the studio working with our Hot Shop team to make these pieces. Once he's finished here, he'll go up to the Pilchuck Glass School and continue his creative process with what he's starting here this week. Pilchuck Glass School is a school that was founded by Chihuly. It is up in Stanwood, Washington, which is north of Seattle. It's on a big tree farm, and you can go there to learn how to blow glass and to take classes from master glass artists, experienced glass artists from all over the world. So he'll be up there doing a residency next week. This week he's starting his residency with his creative process, experimenting with glass to incorporate it into his work. Lonnie Holley uses a lot of found objects to make sculptures. So he's devoted his life to the practice of improvisational creativity. His art and music, born out of struggle, hardship, but perhaps most importantly, out of furious curiosity and biological necessity, has manifested itself in drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, performance, and sound. His sculptures are constructed from found materials in the oldest tradition of African American sculpture. Objects already imbued with cultural and artistic metaphor are combined into narrative sculptures that commemorate places, people, and events. His work is now in collections of major museums throughout the country, on permanent display in the United Nations, and have been displayed in the White House Rose Garden. In January 2014, Holley completed a one-month artist in residence in the Robert Rauschenberg Foundation in Captiva Island, Florida, site of the acclaimed artist's studio. So we're moving on to the next part of the process for this piece. Ben is our studio director here. He's at the bench working with the piece. He just carved in what's called a jack line, which is the restriction line that's right off the head of the pipe. That line is like a score mark so we can get the glass off the pipe later in the process. They're starting to blow that bubble, which is stretching the glass and making it bigger, to start shaping this into a vessel. It's got imagery on the inside. They then added a layer of color and put imagery on the outside. So there'll be imagery inside and outside the piece. All the color is made from glass. The color comes from different metal oxides and earth minerals that are added to clear glass. And material scientists and chemists make the color for us. As glass artists, we go to the glass color and supply store and we buy the colors and make things out of them by incorporating the colored glass into the clear glass that's melted in the furnace here in the hot shop. All the colors look orange when the glass is hot, but when this cools down, it'll be a bunch of different colors. We've got a gray, a blue, a yellow, a green, a lot of different colors. But if the glass gets too cold, it will break. So the coldest we can really let it get is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we won't see the true color of this piece until it's cooled all the way down. And the cooling part of the process is called annealing, and that takes the longest. The glass has to cool down slowly so that it doesn't break from getting too cold too fast. So once we're finished with the piece, it will go into an annealing oven, which are these black boxes that are under the walkways. It'll go into the annealing oven at around 1,000 degrees, and it will cool down slowly over a long period of time. Once it's cold enough to touch, we can take it out of the annealer. Then we'll take it into the cold shop, which is where you can grind and polish the glass. And that's just fine-tuning the little details. So there's multiple days progress steps that happen going into making these pieces. Ben is putting the piece into the reheating chamber, which is what helps us keep the glass hot so that it doesn't break. And it also gets the glass hotter and hotter so that it's more molten, more malleable. We can continue working and shaping the glass. And glass blowing is really a team sport. So Ben is the gaffer, which is the lead glass blower. He's got 2 assistants, Nick and Trent, helping him. He'll tell them when to blow into the pipe, which is a long steel hollow tube. So Trent's blowing into the pipe, which is inflating and stretching the glass. Nick is helping Ben rotate the pipe while Ben is reestablishing that jack line, kind of carving it in a little bit more. That line is how we're going to get the piece off the pipe later in the process. It's like a score mark. So the tool Ben is using right now is newspaper. Newspaper folded up and soaked in water is a glass blowing tool. As long as it's soaked in water, it creates steam, which is a thin layer in between the glass and the tool. So his hand's not getting hot when he's using that tool. Now back in the fire to get more heat. The more we blow the glass, the thinner it gets, and the thinner it gets, the faster it cools. So the working window isn't very long. He sits at the bench for maybe a minute, less than a minute. And then once the glass gets cold, it gets stiff. You have to put it back in the fire so that it gets hotter and more molten, more malleable. So it's a lot of back and forth between the bench and the reheating chamber. Gravity is one of our tools. So he held the pipe up, which helped kind of condense the piece down. The glass is stretchy when it's hot, but it's not like a balloon where you can deflate it. So if you inflate it, you can't really get the air out of the pipe much. So you can use gravity to change the shape by holding the glass either up or down. You can stretch it or condense it. Lots of physics involved in glass blowing. They're shaping the bottom of the piece right now. And Trent is capping, which means trapping the air in the pipe so that Ben has air pressure to push against to create this flat spot. So he's pushing on the glass with a drywood paddle, making a flat surface on the bottom of the piece. The jack line, or the restriction line right off the head of the pipe, is the top of the piece. So you're watching them make this sideways at the bench. So they finished the bottom part of the piece. They want to work on the top of it. So we need to do what's called a punty transfer. Trent has the punty. He's getting a fresh layer of glass on the outside of it. We're going to attach the punty to the piece. Once it's attached, we'll remove the piece from the blowpipe, and that will essentially flip the piece around so that we can work on the other side of it. We can't do much to the top of it right now because that's what's holding it onto the blowpipe. So to shape the top, we have to take it off the pipe. The punty has a little bit of glass on it, and that's what we're going to use to attach the rod to the piece. And we're going to use thermal shock to get the piece off the pipe. So if it gets too cold, it cracks. They're going to purposefully chill a specific spot by putting water on the glass. That will create cracks, which makes a weak spot. So they're going to make a weak spot right where that restriction line is off the end of the pipe. They'll attach the punty, and once it's attached, they'll break the piece off the blowpipe just by taking a metal tool and hitting the pipe. Those vibrations go into the weak spot and break it right where they tell it to with that drop of water. And this part is very important, that they line up the temperature and timing. So that's what they're working on right now. We've got to have the punty the right temperature and the right shape so that we can attach it to the piece. Trent is getting the punty ready. So now the team is attaching the punty to the piece. Hot glass will stick to hot glass. So they're attaching this. Once it's attached, they're going to carve in another line down there, so that's how they're going to get it off the punty later. The punty is a lot hotter than the pipe where it's attached to the glass where it's attached to the pipe. So when they break it off the blowpipe, since the punty is hotter, it won't break and the piece will stay attached to that bit of glass. But they're letting it set up here before they break it off the pipe. Just a drop of water right there is enough for them to hit the pipe with the tool. The vibrations will go into that spot and it'll break right there. Now they've successfully flipped the piece around. They can work on the top of it while it's attached to the bottom instead of the other way around, how it was before. When the piece is finished, we'll take it off the punty the same way we just got it off the blowpipe. And then it'll go into the annealing oven, which will cool the glass down slowly so that it doesn't break. Once it's cold, we'll take it into the cold shop, and they'll grind and polish the bottom of the piece to get rid of any pieces of the punty that are left behind when they take it off there. Right now, they're checking for center. They want to make sure that punty is right in the middle. Since they're working on it sideways, they want it to be centered. When they roll the piece up and down the pipe, it doesn't wobble a bunch. So since they just broke it off the pipe, the glass is cold enough that they can grab it and move it around to recenter it if they missed the bullseye. But now they can work on the top. They're going to focus on getting the top part of the piece hot enough that they can change that shape. They're going to clean up the edge and then open it to make it more of a bowl shape. We also have imagery on the inside of the piece. So when they open that up, you'll be able to see that imagery on the inside. They applied that imagery the same way that they did the imagery on the outside, with some powdered glass that they rolled the glass through to pick up the powder. And again, if you can't see what's going on, you can look up at the screen. We got different angles so you can see it a little better. Glass blowing is kind of like a team sport. So when you're making more complicated pieces, there's more people helping, more people on the floor. So if they're blocking your view, you can look up at the screen to get a better view. Right now, the team is working on opening up this vessel to make it more of a bowl shape. You'll be able to see the imagery that's on the inside of it. But the thinner the glass gets, the faster it cools down. So they can't do it all in one sitting. They'll have to heat it up and open it a little bit, and then heat it up and open it a little bit, back and forth, a little bit at a time until it's the right shape. So Ben is the one sitting at the bench. He's using the newspaper to shape the sides of the piece. He's also got an aluminized sleeve and a glove on his arm because of the radiating heat coming off the glass. It's not going to be any colder than 1,000 degrees, and his hands are inches away from that. So he's wearing some protective gear so his skin doesn't get too hot. The bigger the piece is, the more heat is radiating off of it, and this is a pretty big piece. So he's wearing these protective gear articles of clothing to help him work with the glass as close as he can get to it without it getting so hot that he can't continue. But we've got to keep the pipe continuously turning. The glass is hot enough that if he stops turning the pipe, gravity is going to want to pull it down. So rotating the pipe continuously is what counteracts gravity and keeps the piece on center on the pipe. Trent is helping Ben roll the pipe while he's working on it, and Nick is using these drywood paddles to shield Ben's hand and arm. You can also use the pipe to shape the glass, or the paddles to shape the glass. Ben's using a tool called the parchofis right now, which is 2 wet wooden sticks attached to a springy handle. That's what helps us get that nice bowl curve. The wood sticks are a little less aggressive on the glass than the metal, so they help create that curve without being too aggressive on the glass. So Ben is on the outside of the bench now to get a better angle to shape this piece with the parchofis. He has Trent helping him rotate the pipe so that he can put his full focus on the tool to shape the piece. Nick is using the drywood paddles to shield Ben's arms from the radiating heat coming off the glass. And as we open this out bigger and bigger, we have to open the doors of the reheating chamber so that we can fit the piece inside and outside of the reheating chamber. So there's layers of doors you can open and close. As the piece gets bigger or wider, we have to open those doors so you can fit it inside that barrel that keeps the glass hot. So our artist here for this residency is Lonnie Holley. He's the one sitting right here in the camo jacket with cheetah print. That's Lonnie. He's a multimedia artist, so he's also a singer and a musician. The music we're playing is his music. He did a concert last night in Oregon, and now he's here doing his residency. He has another concert tonight at the Neptune Theater in Seattle. But his residency is today through the 30th, so he'll be here the next few days doing this experimental glassworking. He's a multimedia artist who does a lot of sculptures, paintings, drawings, performance. If we could show some of his work up on the screen, please, so you can get an idea of some of the previous work he's made. He's incorporating glass into his work with this residency, kind of experimenting to see what all is possible with the glass. Once he finishes this residency, he'll be going up to the Pilchuck Glass School that was founded by Dale Chihuly. He has a residency up there as well. So he'll start his residency here and then continue his creative process at Pilchuck with what he makes this week. Today is the first day of the whole thing, so they're just getting started. We're working on fine-tuning the shape of this bowl. Once this piece is finished, we're going to take it off the stick that it's on and put it into what's called the annealing oven. The annealing oven is these big black boxes that are under the walkways. The glass has to cool down slowly. If it cools too fast, it'll break from thermal shock. So the annealing process is going to cool the glass down slowly so that it doesn't break. That's the longest part of the process. But this piece will go into the annealer, cool down slowly, and once it's cold enough that we can take it out, they'll take it into the cold shop. The hot shop is where you work with the glass when it's hot. The cold shop is where you can grind into and polish the glass once it's cold. So they'll clean up where the piece comes off the punty or that transfer rod, and then we'll have our finished piece. For now, they're going to fine-tune the shape and then load it into the annealing oven so it can cool down. So this piece, we're going to put 2 holes in it so that we can later incorporate other material for a sculpture. Right now, they're fine-tuning the shape. They're going to heat up the glass in specific spots and poke holes in it so that they have a way to attach the rest of the sculpture to the piece once it's cooled down. So they're working on getting that shape before they put the holes in there. This torch that Trent was using is called a fluffy torch. The glass that's on the pipe is getting colder faster than the glass that's not on the pipe because the metal's taking the heat off of it. So the fluffy torch is helping us keep the glass on the pipe hot enough that it doesn't break. If it gets too cold, it will break and the piece will fall off. So they're maintaining the temperature back there so that it doesn't break. Giving it a little extra heat with the torch. The torch that Ben just grabbed is called a hot torch. It's different than the fluffy torch. The hot torch is what we can use to really heat up a specific part of the glass. We need to poke 2 holes in this piece. So he's using the hot torch to superheat it in that specific spot so that we can poke the hole in there. These torches run on propane and oxygen, but the furnace that keeps all the glass molten and the reheating chamber run on natural gas. So we can use both torches at the same time. The fluffy torch is keeping the glass on the pipe hot so that it doesn't break. The hot torch is heating up the specific spot that we want to poke the hole in. So the more people there are on your team, the more you can accomplish in glass blowing. So a big team like this is going to be able to accomplish a lot more than if it was just 1 or 2 people. You can blow glass by yourself, but you're very limited to what's possible because with really intricate things like this, there's just a lot of moving parts and you need more hands. So we've got our professional team of glass blowers down here helping our artist turn his vision into reality. But we're going to take glass, poke it onto this piece, and pull to stretch it out. That will help us make the hole. Glass is stretchy when it's hot. So they're stretching that out really thin, and then they're going to cut off that excess glass, which will leave a hole on the piece. Our artist will later take this work where it has those holes that we're putting in there, and we'll use those to attach found objects and sculptural pieces to finish our completed piece. So we're going to incorporate the glass into a bigger sculpture with more material, different materials, mixed media. So now they have one of the holes established on the piece. They're just fine-tuning that shape to make it a nice symmetrical circle. And they've got to put another hole opposite on the other side as well. If any part of this gets too cold, it'll break, so they have to continually put it back in the fire to keep it up to at least 1,000 degrees. If the glass gets colder than 1,000 degrees, it's at risk of thermal shock, which will crack the glass. And you can't really fix a crack when it happens. So they're trying to keep it above that temperature so that the piece doesn't break. So our working temperature is anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The molten glass in the furnace sits at 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can scoop the glass out of the furnace the same way you'd scoop honey out of a jar with a stick. So Ben is superheating another spot with the hot torch so that we can poke a second hole into this piece. The hotter the glass is, the more it glows orange. So you can see that spot where he was superheating the glass is glowing orange in a very specific point. They're going to take a rod that has some glass already on it, and they'll attach it to that hot spot. Then all they have to do is pull. It'll stretch the glass and make it so thin that they can break it off there, and that will leave a little hole that they can then open by getting it hot again and using a tool to kind of scrape it open. So now there's a very small hole where they just broke it right there in that spot. He can use the torch to get that all hot and shape that up to make it look a little more round. He'll take the tweezers and put them inside that opening and just stretch the glass out to make it a bigger hole. If you don't have a very good view of what you're seeing here on the floor, you can always look up at the screen that has it at a different angle. You can kind of see what's going on a little better. So using the tweezers to pull the glass and stretch it open to make this hole. Once the glass is cooled down, our artist will take mixed medias, different medias, and add them to this piece to make a mixed media sculpture. And for anyone that joined us recently, our artist this week for his residency, his name is Lonnie Holley. He's sitting over here in the middle here with the camo jacket on. He was born in Birmingham, Alabama. From the age of 5, Holley worked various jobs in and out of several foster homes. Since 1979, Holley has devoted his life to the practice of improvisational creativity. His art and music born out of struggle, hardship, but perhaps more importantly, out of furious curiosity and biological necessity, has manifested itself in drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, performance, music, and filmmaking. His sculptures are constructed from found materials in the oldest tradition of African American sculpture. Objects already imbued with cultural and artistic metaphors are combined into narrative sculptures that commemorate places, people, and events. So Lonnie Holley is a very experimental artist. He's not a glass artist specifically, but he's experimenting with glass as a medium to incorporate into his sculptures. He's also a musician. He has a concert tonight in Seattle performing some of his music. The music we're playing in here today is some of Lonnie's music. So he has multiple different mediums, multiple different artistic things that he does. Yeah, the concert is sold out, unfortunately. So we're getting ready to put this piece away into the annealing oven so it can cool down slowly. If it gets too cold too fast, it'll crack and shatter. So we have to do what's called annealing. The annealing process is just the slow cooling of the glass. It relieves thermal stress from the molecular structure of the glass. In other words, it cools it down slowly enough that it doesn't break. But that process is very slow. This piece is going to sit in the annealing oven for hours, maybe days, depending on the thickness of the glass. This piece isn't very thick, but we've got more pieces to make. So depending on the thickest piece of glass that goes into the annealer today, there'll be a program that will systematically lower the temperature slowly. Once it comes out of the annealer, we can grind and polish the bottom of the piece in the cold shop, and then our artist can start to incorporate other mediums of art and add it to this to create a mixed media sculpture. They're getting ready to put it into the annealer, so they're equalizing the temperature by using that torch. If it's too cold or they try to separate it from the piece, it'll break the piece. So they're heating up the back end of it where they'll break it off the pipe. Thermal shock will break the glass if it gets too cold, so we're going to use thermal shock to get it off the pipe. We're going to break that connection point and then polish that connection point where it breaks once the glass cools down. Trent is over on the far right. He's got all of his safety gear on so that he can load the piece into the annealing oven. The inside of the annealing oven is around somewhere between 950 degrees and 1,000 degrees. The piece will go into that annealer at that temperature. So Trent has on some Kevlar gloves and a jacket, all the safety gear, so that he can carry this piece over to the annealer and put it inside. The piece is going to be about 1,000 degrees, so the Kevlar gloves will help him hold it and then put it into the oven. So they are going to break this piece off the pipe, but they're going to do it in a controlled way so that it breaks where they want it to instead of the whole piece. To do that, all they have to do is put water on that restriction line that he just kind of reestablished. The water's going to crack the glass in a specific spot. And then once it has that little crack in it, he'll just hit the pipe with a tool. Those vibrations will go into that weak spot and break it off the pipe. Yeah, let's give the team a big hand for the first piece that we've made for this residency. Into the annealing oven. We'll see that again once it's cold. So the team just finished that piece. They're going to get kind of resituated, set up to start the next thing. Let me know if you have any questions. That was way louder than I thought it would be. But we're making what's called a stuff cup right now. So we want the color on the outside of the piece. So we put color over some clear glass. We're blowing it out into like a cup shape. Just the bottom won't be flat, it'll be round. And then we'll take that cup, we'll get more clear glass, and we'll stuff it inside there so the color will be on the outside. Then we can blow the bubble to stretch that out. So we're creating basically a shell of colored glass that we can fill with clear glass. So Ben is the one with the pipe that has our stuff cup on it right now. We're blowing the bubble. And once we have the right shape, they'll take it off the blowpipe and open the other side so that it's open like a cup. So Trent is blowing into the pipe while Ben is shaping the glass at the same time. He's using wet newspaper right now to shape the glass. As long as the newspaper is wet, it creates steam, and that's really what's shaping the glass. As you blow the glass, it stretches and gets thinner. The thinner the glass gets, the faster it cools down. So it's a lot of back and forth between heating up the glass and then shaping the glass until it gets too cold. Then you go heat it up back and forth. So they're just about done with the bottom of the piece. They need to take it off the blowpipe to open the top of it. So that restriction line right off the head of the pipe will end up being the top of our piece. They've got to remove it from the pipe and open that up so that the walls are straight. To do that, they need to put it on a different rod. So Nick over there is getting what's called a puntee ready. The puntee is the rod we'll attach to the piece so that we can take it off the pipe and open the other part of it. We're going to use a little bit of glass to attach this rod to the piece. Hot glass sticks to other hot glass. So the right temperature and timing, we can attach this rod to the piece and then break it off the blowpipe in a controlled way. We're going to break it right on that restriction line that's off the head of the pipe. That's like a score mark. So they'll put water on that restriction line, which will crack the glass. And then they'll hit the pipe, which will break it on that spot where we put the crack. And that effectively flips the piece around so that we can work on the other end. They got to line up the temperature and timing so that it works. So that's what they're doing now. Ben will dip the tweezers into the bucket of water behind the bench and then drop the water onto that restriction line. He'll hit the pipe with the tool. The vibrations will go into the weak spot and break it right where we told it to. Now we flip the piece around. We can work on the top. So the bubble we were blowing is the inside of this vessel. The part where we just broke it off is hollow, so they can put tools inside the opening to change the shape. We had to get it cold enough to break, so it's really cold and stiff right now. Cold in glass blowing is anything 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and below. So it's about 1,000 degrees right now. He's going to heat that up, get it hot and molten so that they can clean up the edge, and then open that cup out so that that opening is bigger. It was cold enough to break, and now they need it to be hot and molten. So this heat usually takes a little bit longer than most. But once it's hot enough, Ben will sit down at the bench and use some tools to pull that opening out so that it's bigger. Ben is working on opening that lip of the piece out so that it's bigger. Once it's opened up, that will be used kind of like a shell. They're gonna put more clear glass into this piece, and that'll make the color be on the outside. Glass blowing is essentially a layering process, so this will be the outside layer. We're going to fill that with more glass after lunch. When they finish shaping this cup is going to go into this big silver box over here. This is called the garage. The inside of the garage is about 1,000 degrees, and that's like a holding temperature for the glass. So we'll put this in there, and it'll just stay at the right temperature so that we can go to lunch. When we come back, we'll take it out and continue the process. So we're actually going to end up putting this into this box over here. It's going to do the same thing that the garage does. It's just a different box. It's going to keep it warm inside there so that we can come back from lunch and continue using it. So that'll sit in there at about 1,000 degrees. So we're going to take our lunch break now. We'll be back a little bit after 1 o'clock. I mean 2 o'clock. What time is it? It's almost 1. We'll be back at 2. Whoops. right, this sounds like it's working. So we just got back from lunch. The team is kind of discussing what we're going to do now that we're back. But today, we're working with our resident artist for the week's name is Lonnie Holley. Lonnie's over there in the cheetah print and camouflage jacket. Today's the first day of his residency, so we're getting started with making some things. We made a piece this morning, and now after lunch here, we're gonna make something similar to that piece. So Trent in the middle there, he's got a little bit of clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, which is just a giant straw made of metal, basically. He blew a bubble into the glass, and they're gonna work on building up the material on this pipe. We have a cup, it's called a stuff cup, that's in this black box, sitting at about 900 degrees. It's called a stuff cup because we're gonna take all this clear glass on the blowpipe and stuff it into the cup. It's like a shell of color that we're gonna fill with clear glass. So they made the cup right before lunch, and now we're gonna gather up all the clear material so that we can add it to that cup. And then we'll blow that out into the next piece. For those of you that have never been in a hot shop before, that's just what you call a glass blowing studio. So Trent over there is getting glass out of our furnace. The furnace holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. It runs on natural gas, and the furnace stays on all the time. It keeps the glass molten in there. There's a big high-fire ceramic bowl that holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And we take the blowpipe, we put it into that bowl, and you scoop glass out the same way you'd use a honey dipper to get honey out of a jar. So we're building up the clear material. You can see there's a bubble inside there. The more glass we have, the bigger a piece we can make. So we're building up the material to stuff into our cup in there so that we can add the color to the outside. Our artist here this week's name is Lonnie Holley. I can give you a little bit of background on him. If we could show some of Lonnie's work up on the screen, please. So since 1979, Holley has devoted his life to the practice of improvisational creativity. His art and music born out of struggle and hardship, but perhaps more importantly, out of furious curiosity and biological necessity, has manifested itself in drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, performance, music, and filmmaking. Holley's sculptures are constructed from found materials in the oldest tradition of African American sculpture. Objects already imbued with cultural and artistic metaphor are combined into narrative sculptures that commemorate places, people, and things. His works now in collections of major museums throughout the world, on permanent display in the United Nations, and have been displayed in the White House Rose Garden. So a lot of Holley's work is very experimental. He works with a lot of different mediums, so he's experimenting with glass this week to try to build up a body of work with some creative processes, learning about glass and trying out new things. Once his residency here is finished on the 30th, he'll go up to Pilchuck Glass School for a residency, and he'll continue his creative process with what he started here at the museum. The Pilchuck Glass School is in Stanwood, Washington, which is north of Seattle. It's on a tree farm. The Pilchuck Glass School was founded by Dale Chihuly. So he's gonna go there as one of the resident artists to do more experimenting with glass to incorporate into his found object sculptures. But to get started, Trent is building up the material. Glass blowing is essentially a layering process. So he's getting all the clear glass, one layer at a time, building that up and making it thicker and thicker. The glass is so hot in the furnace, you can't just get it all out at once. You have to do it in layers. It sits in there at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like honey, you've got to get a little bit at a time. You can't scoop it all out, it drips back off. So he's building up the material. Once we have enough, we'll stuff all of that into the glass cup that we have in this box here. It's called a stuff cup because it's shaped like a cup and you stuff glass into it. So we're going to stuff all the clear in there. That'll give us the color on the outside. And part of the designs we're working with today, they're using what's called frit, F-R-I-T. That's crushed up colored glass. So we're using a powdered frit. That's basically glass powder. You can put that on the table and make a design out of it and then roll it up onto the glass. So we used color bar to make the cup, so it's a solid color. We're going to take the powder and roll the cup on top of it. Hot glass will stick to hot glass. So we're going to pick up the frit, the powder, just by rolling hot glass over it, and that will put a design on the outside of our piece. And once they have the design, they can start to blow and shape the glass. So that's what we're working towards, is making a vessel that has a design on the outside. Trent is using the reheating chamber right now. That's just a big barrel of fire. If the glass gets too cold, it will crack from thermal shock, so we have to heat it back up. If it gets colder than about 1,000 degrees, that's when the glass starts to break from thermal shock. So this is going to be anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees the whole time we're working on it. So as it's out here at the bench, we're working with it. It's getting colder and colder and stiffer. Eventually, it gets too cold and stiff. That's why we put it back into the fire to build up that temperature and make it more malleable. And glass blowing is really like a team sport. So there's a lot of people out on the floor because we're making a pretty intricate piece. The more people there are, the more you can accomplish. You could make some things by yourself, but you're very limited because making a lot of intricate technical pieces just involves a lot of moving parts, so you need more hands. So we've got plenty of people on the floor today for this piece. Our main artist, Lonnie Holley, is the one sitting in the chair over there. Next to him in the black shirt is Ben. He is the hot shop director. Everyone else here is either part-time or full-time glass artists that work at the museum as part of the team. Right now, Trent is cooling down the pipe. He's using the pipe cooler, which is basically like a water trough. The water cools down the metal so you can hold it up higher and have better leverage. When you put the pipe in the furnace, it gets really hot because the glass is 2,200 degrees in there. So cooling the pipe down helps you get better leverage. You can hold the pipe up closer to the glass and have better control. But I think he's going to get one more gather of clear glass before we're ready to stuff this clear glass into our colored cup of glass in the kiln. Another fun thing about our artist this week, Lonnie Holley, is that he's also a musician. So the music we're listening to is some of his songs. He did a concert in Portland last night and drove all the way up here, and he's going to do a concert in Seattle tonight. So he's busy being creative. But Trent's getting another scoop of glass out of the furnace. It's called a gather. Each time you get glass out of the furnace, he's gathering glass out of there. This is called a strip gather. So he got some glass, but he got too much, so he's letting gravity just strip it off. All the glass in that bucket is clear glass, so we can just put it back in the furnace later, reuse it. Now he's over at the pipe cooler again, getting that pipe cold enough that he can hold it up higher. And now we just need to make this bit of glass the right shape that we can stuff it into our cup that's in the kiln. Now we have Ben using a block, which is a big wet wooden spoon. That's just helping carve the glass into a symmetrical shape and equalizing the temperature. We need the glass to be symmetrical around the bubble. The blocks live in a bucket of water right here behind the bench. Since they're soaked in water, when you touch the glass with these, the smoke that was coming off of it is actually steam from the water evaporating. It's called the Leidenfrost effect. So there's a thin layer of steam in between the tool and the glass, and that's how we can use it without it catching on fire. If the wood were dry, it would stick to the glass because it would be so hot that it would catch on fire and leave a bunch of residue on the glass. So the wet wood helps a lot more than dry block wood. The tool that Ben is using right now is newspaper. It's folded up newspaper soaked in water. It's the same effect as the blocks. There's a thin layer of steam in between the paper and the glass because it's soaked in water. If it gets too dry, you will start seeing embers and smoke. But we just make sure that we keep the paper soaked in water so that doesn't happen. They're working on getting this into the right shape so that they can put it into the cup that we made earlier. It's called a stuff cup, but it's not really a cup. It's like a shell. We're going to fill the shell with this clear glass so that we have more material and we can blow the piece out pretty big. But it needs to be a specific shape so that that fits inside of the cup that we made. They got to line up their temperature and timing as well. Glass blowing is mostly all about temperature and timing. The different tools and techniques and things that you do depend on the temperature and timing for the glass. Here's Lonnie. So we have our powdered glass over here on the table. He's going to take like a pencil or his finger and draw in it to make a design. And then they'll take the bubble, once we put the stuff cup on there, we'll take that and we'll roll it over that table. The hot glass will pick up those little pieces of powdered glass, and it'll leave a design on the outside based on what he draws in there. So we have the stuff cup out. We're going to get that ready so that we can put the clear glass inside it. And that will put that color on the outside of the piece that's on the blowpipe. We got to line up our temperature and timing, so that's what we're doing now. If we could get the camera over here on Lonnie. We can show him drawing in the powdered glass. So he's creating his design that he wants to be on the outside of the piece, just by moving the powder around to be the shape that he wants. And if you can't see him on the floor, you can look at the screen. It shows it up there. So we're almost ready to stuff our cup. Ben is going to go back in the furnace and get one last layer of clear glass. We'll take the cup off of the pipe, and then we'll put the glass on Ben's pipe into the one on Nick's pipe. So Nick is the one sitting at the bench. He has the stuff cup. They're going to take that off of the pipe that it's on and stuff the one that Ben has over there on the inside. And that will put a coating of color on the outside of all the clear glass. Our furnace is 1,000 pounds of clear glass, and the color doesn't come melted. We buy the color. So this is a bar of blue glass. You buy the color, and then you heat it up and melt it to be the same temperature as the clear glass. Then you can add it to the clear glass. So they made the cup before lunch. They put the color on it and blew it out into that shape. Now they're getting ready to fill that cup with more clear glass. So Trent's wearing Kevlar gloves. He can grab that and put it into this little ring on the floor. That will prepare it to be stuffed with the clear glass. So Ben is on his way over to stuff that into the cup. And that puts the color on the outside. So now we picked up the stuff cup. We have that color on there. Ben's going to work on sealing that in to making it more of like a homogeneous piece. So he's got to heat it up. Then he'll come over to this table called the marver. He'll roll the glass on the marver, and that will help us shape and cool it to get that layer of the colored glass fused to the clear. So he's shaping it up just by rolling it along the table. Trent's using this torch, which keeps the glass hot longer so we can fix that part that's not quite touching the clear glass. The edges of that cup are thinner, so they're going to get colder faster, and using the torch just helps keep them hot. So we're managing the temperature while controlling the shape, rolling the piece on the steel top table called the marver. So with this piece, there is still a bubble inside there, but the color we're using is not a transparent, it's an opaque. So you can't see through it. There is a bubble in there, you just can't see it because the color is kind of hiding it. But we'll be able to start blowing this bubble pretty soon. He's got to shape it up in a specific shape so that we can roll it onto that powdered glass where Lonnie is over here making a design, making an image in the powdered glass. It's going to be like an abstract image, and they're going to do it twice. So they're going to roll through the white to get that image, and then they'll make another image and roll through that again. So that's what they're working towards right now. They're putting this pattern on the outside of this piece. So this is a, is it black? Is it black glass?
Black.
Okay, so this is black glass on the outside. It looks orange just because of how hot it is, but that's going to be black.
High contrast.
So the background of the image will be that black color, and the powder we're going to roll into will be white. So it'll be a very stark contrast of colors. It'll all look orange when it's hot, though. All the colors look orange when they're over 1,000 degrees. If it gets any colder than 1,000 degrees is when it could break from thermal shock. So our working window is anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees during the whole process. Once the piece that we're making is finished, we have to put it into an oven called the annealing oven that will slowly cool the glass down. If it cools too fast, it'll break, so we cool it very slowly. That way it doesn't break. So we've almost got this in the right shape to roll it through the powdered glass over on the left side. Ben's just making it a little bit more symmetrical, kind of a cylinder shape. So if you can imagine the piece on the pipe right now, the part that's farthest away from the pipe will end up being the bottom. So the part closest to the pipe will be the top of the piece. Just so you have an idea of what you're watching happen. They're making the piece sideways at the bench because it's off the pipe where the bottom is the part farthest away. So now we're going to roll into the powder. Since the glass is hot, when you roll through the powder, it just sticks to the surface. So he's rolling it slowly to try to pick up as much of that powder as he can get. And there's a design etched into that we had our artist make before he picked it up. So you can see that imagery on there. He's got to melt the powder now. So he's going to put it into the reheating chamber, which is just a big barrel of fire that we use to reheat the glass and melt the color. So we've got that design on there now. They're going to melt it in. They'll gather another very thin layer of clear glass over the whole thing, and then they'll have a different color of powdered glass that they'll do the same thing again. So it'll be multiple images kind of stacked on each other, which will be a cool effect. And you can see that white powder on there pretty good, showing that imagery. Ben's marvering to make sure that it's all sealed in. The marver is just that steel top table, and Ben is marvering on the marver. It shapes and cools the glass and helps get it all smooth, nice and symmetrical. So Trent got the glass really hot so that they can start to blow the bubble and change the shape a little bit. They're going to gather another layer of clear over this, and then they'll roll through some blue powdered glass with another design on it. So it'll be kind of like an abstract image layered on top of another abstract image. So they're getting the powder ready over there while we get this glass shaped up so that we can get more clear glass on top of it. So the pipe is just basically a giant straw. All the glass is on that end, and there's a mouthpiece on the other end. Nick is going to blow into the mouthpiece and inflate the glass when Ben asks him to. Today, Ben is playing the role of what we call the gaffer, which is the lead glassblower. So he's basically in charge of what we're doing, and everyone else is assisting him and helping him make the piece. They've got this in a good shape. They just need to wait for it to cool down and stiffen up a little bit before they put it back in the furnace to get more glass. So it's really a layering process. They're going to put one more layer of clear and then roll that fresh layer of clear into the blue glass when Lonnie finishes drawing the design that he wants in that powder. You can really see the stark contrast of the black and white glass on this piece right now. The black color looks a little more reddish right now because it's hot, but the white looks a lot different than the other color, so you can see the difference and you can see the design on there. So glass blowing is all about temperature and timing. Sometimes that means waiting until the glass is the right temperature. So that's what we're doing. They're just waiting for the glass to cool down. And now they're ready to put it back in the furnace to get that thin layer of clear, kind of encasing the whole thing in some clear glass. You get the glass out of there the same way you'd use a honey dipper to scoop honey out of a jar. So he plunged that whole thing into the bowl of clear molten glass inside the furnace, and he's rotating the pipe to kind of scoop it up and then letting the excess drain off into this bucket. All the glass that's in that bucket can get put back into the furnace and remelt to use later. So we got that layer of clear. He's gonna go to the pipe cooler, which is a water trough that cools the metal. When you put the metal into the furnace to get more glass, it can get kind of hot. So you cool it down with the pipe cooler, which is just like a water fountain. The water's just cooling the metal so he can hold it up higher. The closer he can hold the metal to the glass, the more control he has, is less leverage. And before they roll this into the blue powdered glass, they've got to make sure it's all even. So Ben's just going to use the paper to make sure that fresh layer of clear glass is symmetrical around the rest of it. He's using a wet newspaper, and the water is evaporating into steam because of how hot the glass is. So the steam is this layer in between the tool and the glass. So the newspaper is not hot in his hand. If it were too dry, it would get hot, but it's soaked in water. And we're just about ready to roll this through the blue powder over here. So Ben's just rolling it on the marver to make sure it's like a flat surface they can roll over the powder. Hot glass will stick to hot glass, so he's making sure this is hot enough that he can just roll it through the pile and pick up those little pieces of powdered glass. And that'll leave a design in blue on top of the white design. So he's rolling over that blue powder now and picking up that design. Making his way over to the fire to melt that fresh layer of powder in. Now we've got blue powder on top of white powder on top of solid black glass. They're going to start to shape this and blow the bubble and pretty drastically change the shape of it. They needed it to be this cylinder so that they could pick up that design, but now they're going to start to blow it out more into like a bowl shape. These pieces he's working on today are going to be bowl shaped, and he's going to use other media and mediums to add to the piece to make it a mixed media sculpture. Trent put a pad of more wet newspaper on this table so we can use it similar to the marver. It's like if you wanted to use the wet paper tool and the marver at the same time. So they're going to roll the glass on the wet newspaper to help shape it up. So Ben is using the fluffy torch to heat up the glass that's closer to the rod. The part of the glass that's farthest away is the first thing in the fire and the last thing out, so it gets hotter. We need to make sure it's all kind of the same temperature. So he's heating up the part that's coldest, and when they put it in the fire, they'll heat up and be about the same temperature. If the glass on the pipe starts to get too cold, it can crack and break. And if it gets cold enough that it cracks and breaks a lot, the whole thing will just fall off the pipe. So using that torch helps maintain the heat in the back end of the piece so that it stays on the pipe. It also gets the glass closer to the pipe hot enough that we can carve into it with a tool. We need to carve in a restriction line right off the head of the pipe so that we have a way to get it off the pipe. So they're working towards that as well. They're going to blow it out a little bit more first, though. But eventually they'll build up that temperature enough to carve a line into the glass that will be a restriction line to get the glass off the pipe when we're ready. So Nick is blowing into the pipe to inflate the glass. Trent is helping Ben rotate the pipe, and Ben is using the newspaper to cool down the parts of the pipe that he doesn't, or to cool down the parts of the glass that he doesn't want to expand very much. So they're controlling the temperature, blowing into the pipe, and inflating the hotter parts of the glass. And you'll see Nick is opening some of those doors. We got layers of doors in the reheating chamber. So as you make the piece and it gets bigger, the opening for that needs to be bigger. So we have layers of doors that open so that you can take the piece in and out of the fire. And now Ben is getting ready to carve in that restriction line. It's called the jack line because the tool he's using is called the jacks. You squeeze the two blades of the jacks with the glass in between and it'll carve in that restriction line. So the jack line is the top of our piece and the tip of the bubble is the bottom. So they're making it sideways at the bench. They're using gravity as a tool right now to help stretch it out while they carve in that line. And later, when they're ready to take the piece off the pipe, they're going to break it on this line that they're carving in right now. So it'll be a controlled break so they can get it off the pipe without sending a crack down the side of the piece. Now that we have that jack line established, he can work on maybe squeezing it down a little bit more, and then we can start to really pretty drastically change the shape of this piece. So the reason glass blowing is a team sport is because when you make really big objects, the glass can get really heavy. So you take turns doing the heavy lifting. So these guys have all kind of switched jobs here so that they can have a little bit of a break from the heavy lifting if they need a break. Ben is using some physics right now. If you swing the pipe, it creates momentum, and that helps stretch the glass. So gravity and momentum are both helping us to elongate that form. When the glass is hot, it's stretchy, so you can just hang it down and let gravity do it. But if you swing the pipe, it does it more aggressively because that creates the momentum. So we're stretching this out to make it a little taller, swinging the pipe to help it stretch faster. And as it gets colder, it'll get stiffer. So the longer we have it out here, the less it's going to move. So now they want to clean up the shape of this a little bit. They're rolling it on a pile of wet newspaper, and that helps shape that up without leaving any marks from the table. They're simultaneously shaping the sides and the bottom just by pushing a drywood paddle onto it. That helps flatten it and make that nice edge at the same time. Since this is a large piece, they're using different tools, different ways. So this one's going to be a tall cylinder shape. We're working on shaping up the bottom of it, and once they finish shaping the bottom of it, they can take it off the blowpipe to work on the side that's holding it onto the blowpipe. To fix that shape, we have to take it off the pipe. So they're working towards that. They've got to finish the bottom first before they take it off the pipe, though. So they're cleaning up that shape. The reason we're using the newspaper instead of just rolling it on the table is because the newspaper is not as aggressive on the glass as the steel top table. So this gives them more working time, and it makes it less likely that the glass will crack from getting thermal shock. Trent is just using dry wood paddles, so they catch on fire. So they cleaned up the bottom of that pretty well. They're going to fine-tune it a little bit. And once the bottom of it is done, they're going to remove it from the blowpipe by attaching it to a different rod on the bottom. It's attached by the top right now, so they're going to attach it on the bottom. That way they can essentially flip the piece around to work on the other side. So the glass that's on the left side of that restriction line, the glass that's holding the piece onto the pipe, is called the moil. The moil is essentially an anchor that holds the piece onto the pipe. So when we take it off the pipe, we'll be breaking it on that restriction line, and all the glass left on the pipe will go into the bucket. That glass will thermally shock and break. So all the glass on the pipe is going to get tossed, and it'll break off the pipe. So it's kind of a self-cleaning system. We just let it get too cold too fast, and it breaks off, and then you can use the pipe when all the glass is finished breaking off. But right now they're torching the moil, because if it's too cold when we try to take it off the pipe, it could break the piece. So they're working towards equalizing the temperature of the whole thing. That way when they break it off the pipe, it doesn't crack any part of it. And we're just about ready to do our transfer. So Nick is getting a little bit more glass on the end of that solid rod. That will be the rod that we transfer the piece onto. It's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. He's got to shape it into a specific shape so that we can attach it to the bottom of our piece right now. Once it's attached, we can break it off the blowpipe, and Nick will catch it attached to the punty. Hot glass will stick to other hot glass. So he's going to make what's called a crown punty. The top of it will look like a crown, and then they'll carve in a restriction line on that so that they can break it off there later. Since this is a really large piece, the punty is a very specific attachment. There's different kinds of punties. We're using a crown punty. So Nick's getting the punty ready over there on the far right. When he's ready, he'll bring it to the center bench, and they'll attach it to the bottom of the piece. This part, the temperature and timing, is especially important. If they do the punty transfer at the right time, it'll transfer to the other rod. But if they do it at the wrong temperature, they could lose the piece. So they've got to really make sure that they line this up carefully. So now we're ready to do our punty transfer. That's attached. Ben is going to carve in the restriction line on the punty so we can break it off there when we're finished. We're going to let that set up. And then to break it off the pipe, we're going to use thermal shock. So when the glass gets too cold too fast, it'll crack. He's going to purposefully crack the glass by putting a drop of water on that restriction line. That drop of water will shock and break the glass. And then he'll hit the pipe with the tool. The vibrations will go into that weak spot and break right where he tells it to with the water. So he's going to dip the tweezers into the bucket of water, let it drop onto that line, hit the pipe in line with where the crack is, and it breaks. It worked. But they've successfully flipped the piece around onto the punty. Now they can work on the top. They want to make sure that punty connection is in the middle. It's kind of like working on a clay wheel. We want it to be symmetrical, but we're doing it sideways. So we just got to make sure it's lined up here. Since it was cold enough to break, he can grab the glass and move it around to try to recenter that punty if it's in the wrong spot. But it looks pretty good now. They're going to start to heat up the top of the piece so that they can work on that shape. They did break it off the pipe, so the top of the piece is jagged and broken glass. So they've got to heat that up and clean up the edge so that they can finish the piece. This heat usually takes a little bit longer than the rest because we had to get the glass cold enough to break, and now we need it to be hot enough that it's molten and malleable. So this heat takes a second, maybe like 1 extra minute, not too much longer. But just because they're done with the bottom of the piece doesn't mean they can forget about it. If the bottom of the piece gets too cold, like the punty, if that connection gets too cold, it'll just fall off. So every now and then we'll put the piece completely into the fire. That's called a flash. It's like a maintenance heat to make sure the back of the piece doesn't get too cold. The glass doesn't care how long you've been working on it. If it gets too cold, it's going to break. So they got to maintain that temperature. So they'll focus most of the heat on the top while maintaining the temperature in the back. Since this is a really big piece of glass, there's a lot of heat radiating off of it. So it's not going to be any colder than about 1,000 degrees, and Ben's hands and his arms are going to be inches away from that. So to protect his arms, he put on an aluminized sleeve and a glove. The aluminized sleeve is the same type of equipment that firefighters wear. So it'll protect his arm from the heat coming off the glass. They heated up the top of that. It's glowing orange with that heat. They can start to shape that part, kind of clean up the spot where it broke off the pipe, and then open the lip of that piece up to make it a cylinder. You can put the blades of the jacks inside that opening. Just applying pressure with the blades and changing the angle of them is going to change the shape of the glass, as long as it's hot enough. When it gets too cold and stiff, they just put it back in the fire. The thinner the glass gets, the faster it cools down. So they don't have a whole lot of time to work on it before it gets too stiff and they have to put it back in the fire. It's like less than a minute each time. They're also about to use a tool called a soffietta. It's that cone tool that Trent's holding. The cone goes into the opening of the piece, and that seals it shut so that you can blow through the tube, and that inflates the glass. So they're going to inflate the top of it with this tool. So now Trent's going to use the Sophietta blowing into the pipe or the straw to inflate the glass. Only the hot part is going to expand, so they're expanding the top of it. So we're working on opening the mouth of that piece. Trent is torching the bottom of it to make sure that it stays hot and up to temperature. So this piece is going to be part of a mixed media sculpture. They need to poke some holes in the glass so that they have ways to attach the other mediums to this piece. So they're going to work on getting the holes in the glass. They're going to attach this rod that Ben has over here with some glass on there. They'll superheat a specific part of the glass, touch that down onto it, and then pull it, which stretches the glass and makes it thin. Then they'll break that spot and they'll open up the hole that they make. They're going to put, I think, 4 holes in this one. So these 2 torches serve different purposes. The fluffy torch is helping keep the punty hot, while the hot torch that Ben is using is superheating the spot where we want the hole to be. The torches are running on propane and oxygen, so they get really hot really fast. You can see the spot that he's really trying to aim that temperature at. It's glowing with that thermal energy. So it's glowing orange because it's extra hot in that specific spot. So they'll give the piece a quick flash of heat, make sure the whole thing stays up to temperature. Then they'll attach this little bit of glass on this solid rod to the piece. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So they'll stick it on there, pull it and stretch it to make that glass really thin, and then break the thin spot so that that makes a hole. And then they'll clean up the hole to make it look a little more symmetrical and nice. So attaching that, pulling and stretching to make it thinner. They'll grab it on the thinnest spot and break it. And now there's a hole. They'll heat that up and stretch the thin glass apart to make that hole bigger. So now Ben is heating up the spot where they stretch the glass to make a hole. He's going to use the tweezers, one of the metal tools, to open that hole and make it bigger. And then they'll put a few more of those holes in there. This will be part of a mixed media sculpture. So they're putting holes in it so that there's ways to attach the other mediums. Just kidding, there's only going to be one hole. So they're going to work on fine-tuning the shape and finishing off the piece. Once it's finished, they'll take it off the punty the same way they got it off the blowpipe. They're going to shock the connection and break it off. It'll go into what's called the annealing oven, which are these big black boxes under the walkways. The glass has to cool down slowly or it'll break. So inside the annealers, it's going to cool systematically, slowly, over a long period of time. So it'll go into that box, and it'll come out when it's cold enough to touch. Once it's cold enough, we can take it out, and we can grind and polish the bottom where we break the punty off. There's the hot shop where you work with the glass when it's hot, and there's the cold shop where you work with the glass when it's cold. You can grind it, cut it, polish it. So they'll do that once the piece is cold to clean up the bottom where they take it off the punty. But they have to finish the piece before they take it off there. So they're fine-tuning it, making sure that hole is the right shape, the right size, getting the temperature of the whole thing kind of equalized. And then they'll take it off the pipe and put it into this annealer over here, is the one we're using today. It sits at about 900 degrees, so the piece will go in there around that temperature. And then we'll start the program at the end of the day that's going to systematically lower that temperature down. All right, now we're getting ready to take the piece off the punty and put it away. Trent over on the far right is getting geared up to load the piece away into the annealing oven. The inside of the oven is about 900 degrees, and he has to load the piece in there by physically putting the top part of his body into that 900-degree oven. So he's putting on all of his safety gear. He's going to put on a face cover and some Kevlar gloves. The Kevlar gloves are heat-resistant material, so he'll be able to carry this piece over to the annealer and put it inside. The glass is going to be about the same temperature as the inside of the annealer, so he's got to wear this gear so that he can carry the piece from over here to over there. They are torching the punty right now, which is getting it hot. If it's too cold when they try to break it off of there, it's going to break the piece. So making it hotter is going to guarantee that it breaks where they want it to. They've got to make that restriction line a little smaller. So we're superheating that line so that Ben can grab the jacks and squeeze it a little bit tighter. That'll make it easier to get off the pipe. Once the piece is finished annealing, they'll take this into the cold shop and they'll polish the bottom and grind off what's left of the punty when they take it off there. So Trent's got on his gloves. He's ready to catch the piece when they break it off the pipe and take it to the annealing oven. So we put water on that restriction line, it shocks the glass. You hit the pipe, and the shocked part of the glass is where it will come off. Let's give the team a big hand for a finished piece. So that'll go into the annealing oven, and it will cool down systematically and slowly until it's cold enough that we can take it out. But it's going to stay in there for a while. And now that we've finished that piece, they're going to regroup and get started with the next project. But if anybody has any questions, feel free to come talk to me. I'll try to answer all of them if you have them. So for anyone that just joined us recently, I'll go ahead and let you know what's going on. Our team here is experimenting with incorporating metal wire, like copper, into the glass. So they're making little experimental cups and incorporating the metal, seeing if it works. So this last hour in here, we're just going to be doing some experimental work. If anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. So if the glass gets too cold too fast, it'll break. They have to put everything they make into that oven so that it can slowly cool down. So everything they've made today is in there. It's about 900 degrees, and they're going to cool it down slowly overnight. But we're working on trying to figure out how to incorporate this wire into the glass piece. So the team right now is incorporating copper wire into the glass. The glass has what's called a coefficient of expansion, which is how it expands and contracts as it cools and heats up. The copper is the same coefficient of expansion as glass, so they're compatible. So we're experimenting with designs and how to incorporate it. They're trying out different things, just experimenting with the glass and the copper to see what looks best. The glass in the furnace is about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's essentially a liquid when they take it out. They can drip it over the metal to make this cool design. And if the glass gets too cold too fast, it will break. So we have to take this piece and put it into this black box over here called the annealing oven. The glass is going to cool down slowly inside the annealer. So it's about 1,000 degrees right now. Trent has on Kevlar gloves, which are heat resistant, so he can pick it up and take it to the oven, put it inside there at about 900 degrees. It'll cool down systematically over about a day, I think, is how long the program will be. So everything we've made today is in that box, sitting at that 900-something degrees. We'll start the program when they're all finished for the day, and it'll cool down systematically until it's cold enough that we can touch it. But that'll be a while. So we're about to do what's called a color overlay. All the glass in the furnace is clear. So if you want color, you buy separate bars of colored glass. They're going to use white glass. So they broke a chunk of this and preheated it to about 1,000 degrees. Now they're melting it the rest of the way so that's the same temperature as the clear glass. Once it's the right temperature, they'll take that white glass and they'll drip it over the clear bubble on the other pipe. Then they'll push all the color around the sides, and that'll put a layer of white on the outside of our color, or of our glass, to give it color. Glass blowing is a layering process, so we're adding a colored layer. We'll encase that in more clear, and then they can blow the bubble. So we're doing our color overlay right now. We'll take that bit of white glass, heat it up, and then push it down the sides of that clear bubble.